Now the stream starts for me. That's how much delay there is. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm just going to tap a couple of things over here. Okay. Yesterday, we had a little bit of an existential crisis over the current state of PyDiscRip. And
CHER 100 a clean desk. Who are you? Where's the real Shelby? End of line.
I gotta do some for the 3 minutes while the timer runs. Thank you for the 100 bits though, Chloe. So yeah, yesterday was about determining that the core of PyDiscRip kind of sucks. And today I want to look at what a future replacement will look like. So I think it's time to do a little bit of just generic learning about Python, because I need to understand better.
At tier 1. They've subscribed for 45 months. And says the other month, yay. End of line.
Lanesy, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 45 months. I appreciate that. Desiac, drawer's been closed for like the last 2 weeks. You just didn't notice. Bored with PyDiscRip? No, really not. Python developers don't even know how Python works yet. Software either dies because everyone lives long enough to need a rewrite. Well, this is a rewrite that I kind of anticipated. So yeah, we're going to be looking at that. Also, I want to close the connection to the server. Okay. So here's where I'm at. I spent some time reading the documentation for async IO so that I can understand how that actually works, and I think I get it now. And it seems like processing or multi-processing, however you want to think about it, has
subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 33 months. And says, I'm sorry, but the hype train demands this interruption to your stream. End of line.
Industrious Ant,
subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 13 months, currently on a 10-month streak. And says, hey geez. End of line.
Industrious Ant, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 33 months there. And Culminated, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 13 months. I appreciate that as well. So, all right. Multiprocessing has zero interaction with async IO, it looks like. At least I couldn't find any instances of it being intentionally supported.
CHEER 100. I'm sorry, no, I lie. I'm not sorry. I'm just interrupting. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. So I was looking deeper into the async IO documentation to figure out how to make that play nice with everything else. Now, the other thing that's going to be a larger part of the rewrite, I think, and it's not going to be a total rewrite, although it's going to be extremely significant, is how Flask works, I think, the web server. Because I don't fully understand that. That's what I was currently looking into, because it's kind of weird. And I'm using Flask in the most barbaric brute force way possible, and I think I need to stop doing that. So I want to look more into that. So yeah, I think that's where we're at. So let me walk you through where I am at with what I've learned and what I think the plans are. And then we can take a look from here at the actual example code for Flask that you're supposed to start with to learn how to use it and see where we can go from there. Because Flask puts in so much. Okay, open, if it's like that far, that doesn't matter because the desk hangs over so much, whatever. Anyway, Flask can operate a lot more like PHP than I realized, where you can have template documents that can be called in and then have inline Python code that can substitute logic and lines and stuff. And that would be kind of nice as opposed to just putting all of the HTML and strings in the Python classes. So I would really like to spend a little more time actually learning how to use Flask with this too. So we're going to try and put Flask, SQLite, multiprocessing, and async IO all together in one big bundle that I can actually understand for future projects, because that is what I really need. So with that, let's go over to the workstation and see what we can do. Wow. All right. Actually really excited about this. Me too, because if I can make some sense out of this, it's going to be a whole lot nicer. First, I'm going to kill that because I don't need it, and then I'm going to pull. I'll leave that in the background for right now. I do want to bring up, though, the controller software to have over on the other monitor. Okay. We're using Rust like everyone else. Yeah.
It's subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 44 months, currently on a 44-month streak. And says thrice. My new dog's name lol. End of line.
It's Carve. Thank you for the 44 months there. I appreciate that. Yes, there are two dashers. One was sent, well, one was, let's say, built during the data general stuff. So, yeah. Code and Rust didn't buy enough WD-40. Hellencroft gets it. There we go. Rust isn't for new projects, it's just for rewrites. That's what this is, though. All right. Anyway, let me walk you through this, which is my current understanding and concepts of how we could implement some of the stuff. Okay, so after reading through the async IO documentation, all right, here's what I've got. Basically, everything we want to do should be done with async IO tasks. So we create an asynchronous function, okay, and then that does whatever it's going to do, and that generates a, oh, I forget what their weird term is. It's a task, okay, coroutine. That's what this is considered. And that generates a task that will start the coroutine, basically at some point in the future. So the event loop is a thing that happens when you do async IO run. It generates the event loop, and any tasks that are created in the event loop are allowed to become the primary execution point when another task in there pauses or yields, which is important. So setting these up does not run them immediately. It just says, hey, when you have time, do this. All right. Now, this is just for me. Then we have await. So await does kind of two things. One thing it does is, let's say we have our main function, we start our task, and then we do some other stuff. Then we want to end, but we want to make sure that that other task is done. We await that task, and that will hold execution at the main thread until, not main thread, that will hold execution where it last was in the previous function until the other one is completed. So the await says, hey, if you can, go run the rest of this function because I need it at this point. So then you conclude this using this, with the exception of weird yield stuff, which I'll get to in a second. So then, in order to enter into this async task-based thing, we use async IO, which sets up the event loop, and then any tasks created inside of this are run at kind of random intervals because they are not guaranteed to be in order. They kind of run in order, but it also doesn't really matter. But they do not run concurrently. They are run semi-sequentially. So that's how all of this works with async IO. Okay. Now, multiprocessing. Multiprocessing is a thing where you could say, I got a big function and it's going to do a lot of stuff and I want it to run in the background independent of all of the other code that is currently running. So this is for concurrent processing. So what you do is you start a process and you tell it all the stuff you're going to do, and then you start it. And at this point, this code starts this and then detaches. It does not continue following this. This releases right here and goes on. But what we can do is we can check the process state and then add a yield here. So what we're doing with this is we're creating an async IO async function. We create a task that wraps our big task over here with this, and we check if that task is still alive, and if not, we use this other class thing that you have to do for some reason, which overrides the await function and yields again. So basically what happens is we create this task, we can do some other stuff, maybe there's like an async IO sleep in there, and that will return to this, all right, because and it will start this at some point. It's not guaranteed when, which kind of sucks, but it'll start eventually. Or yeah, it'll start eventually. That part's kind of a problem, but we'll see how that ends up working out in practice. I didn't think about that. Oh well. Well, it'll start it, and then what'll happen is it will check if it's still alive, and then it will yield, which will return execution to this or wherever in the async IO event loop. But then eventually we'll get to the point where we're done with other stuff, and we'll say we need big stuff to finish. The big stuff will keep looping through here, waiting, and then eventually it will finish, will join here, this will exit, and then this will be released. So I think that will work. I haven't actually tried it, but I'm pretty sure that's viable. So here's how I'm thinking we implement this for PyDiscRip, but we're probably not going to even begin on this today, maybe not even tomorrow. Each drive should have its own event loop. So that is something that I think would be important because we get, let's say we put a CD in, okay? It's not guaranteed to be a CD, could be a floppy, just say CD for right now because this has more things that happen. So we put in a CD. The first thing we need to do is a MusicBrainz query. So we would probably do that as a synchronous call because we need to do MusicBrainz, then rip the disk. So this will be part of the initial function setup of the rip routine for the CD. Then that it was paused for join. It is. We probably don't need this. I could probably just delete this. I haven't tested it, but even if at this point it's guaranteed to have joined, I feel like maybe just for logic, it's nice to have it there so you know what's going on. I don't know. Anyway, we put a disk in synchronously. We call MusicBrainz, then we rip the disk. Okay. Then what we can do is after the disk has been ripped, this is where the asynchronous stuff starts to happen. We have, in this case from redumper, a split bin queue file. We can start an asynchronous thread that will convert the split bin queue into a consolidated bin queue. when the consolidated bin queue is finished, it can start, not a thread, a task, for converting the split or the bin queue into whatever things it can be converted from, which would be an ISO 9660 file system image and waves for audio tracks. Then each of those, the ISO 9660 can start its own async tasks for extracting files from the ISO, and then the waves can start their own async task for converting the waves to FLACs. And then the FLACs, well, they're the end, and so are the files from the async file system. So it's synchronous, synchronous, and then technically task-based, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee it. And then it splits. We have two different tasks that can run whenever, and then each of those have a task that can run whenever. So that's why I think the event loop for each drive makes sense. And it can also help to have that be tied to the drive so that the disk is in there the entire time, because sometimes you can need to refer back to the disk for some things. I would like to avoid that, but that's just one idea. Redumper is compiled separately, right? Is there any way of natively integrating with the application to simplify multiprocessing? We're just going to use subprocess and wrap that as an async IO thing, which I think is just a call that it can natively do. So that part should be fine. And basically what that does is it's the equivalent of it starts something like this and then yields, essentially. So let's say, well, there's no reason for that to be async because there's actually nothing that can be done with that data while it's happening. So start big stuff might be asynchronous IO subprocess. So I don't know, maybe. I didn't look into that because if this is internally Python code, I can look up what async IO subprocess is. Because if this just runs an external system utility, yeah, no, that's not what I'm doing. In this case, this would be a different, yeah, no, not external stuff. Because I want, let me start high level, okay? Let me start high level and work down instead of at the bottom and work our way up. Let's go ahead and use draw again. Okay. Program execution starts here, okay? Main. Main needs to start two things. It's going to start a looping task for Flask, which runs and does its own thing. All right, so this goes here, that gets started. Actually, let's do top to bottom to make that a little more clear. Okay, so that gets started, and then another looping task that happens is the sample watch. All right, so any new media samples that are added to the database or anything to start ripping get added to this. Sample watch can also get data from Flask, but these will be like side channel connected to a database, so that doesn't really matter. They can interact with the same data, but it'll be handled externally, and that's why we need the SQLite database. All right, so sample watch continuously runs, and then sample watch will interact with, let's say we have a sample, we're going to have a semi-continuous thing over here. This does its own thing. This probably runs forever. I'm not exactly sure. I'm a little nebulous on this one, so let's not think about that too hard. But that will control, this is an endpoint process here. This will be a controller. So this would be like the software that runs the robot arm, because the robot arm needs to interact with multiple drives and understand what they're doing. So it needs to be above whatever is happening with individual drive rips. But let's call this a drive. Oh my gosh, the triangle is like horrible. CD, how about that? Oh, just rip. All right, the controller will manage multiple rip processes. All right. And then the RIP processes will also be, these will internally be async and have their own data manipulation going on. You can usually create your own schedule based on this, unless something you're running inside of generator can't be halted on yield. Some long loop runs inside some code. There are going to be some long loops, but that's also why I'm looking. I'm not 100% sure how I want to handle it yet. Let me just start off with this. This is basically what I'm thinking. Okay. So main just hands off execution to these. It does its thing and then it's done. Flask runs, or this just starts the async IO. So we have two main async things. We will have Flask, which waits for web requests. And then we'll have the sample watch, which queries the database to see if new things have happened. So sample watch will then queue up. Can you break the long loops manually? I don't know what you mean. So sample watch, these just loop endlessly. These never end. So this is waiting for web requests. This is waiting for new data from the web server, essentially. Create real generator for loops. I still don't know what you mean for the loops. This does one thing. It runs an SQL query, looks if there's new stuff. If there is, it sends the data to this. But I don't know if I want to spawn this task or if this task should run indefinitely or not. I'm not sure how I want to handle this yet. But the controller needs to be able to manage multiple drives at once. And then I want the drives to run as independent processes. So this would be truly multi-threaded down here. Flask and sample watch could be a single main loop. You say that, I don't understand how Flask plays nice with other stuff. So that's why we're going to look at that next, because Flask is kind of wonky. I don't get Flask. At least when you do it properly. The way I'm doing Flask right now is I start it in a process and then it just calls the class functions that are there. I don't know. It's really weird. And that's why I end up passing stuff around as, like, if you really want to, like, just hang your head in disgust at me, go look at how code or data is actually exchanged between things in PyDiscRip. If it's not just writing it to a JSON file, then it's actually, I think that's the only way we get data out of Flask, is it writes it to a JSON file, and then the media reader class reads it. So there's literally no way to get data into or out of this. It's just kind of bleh. To merge main loops from library, yeah. Do you control these infinite loops and can you exit? You control this code. I'm going to write all of this code from scratch. Well, these have to loop because SQLite is not going to fire off something that says, hey, there was a new entry in this database. That's, at least I assume it's not going to. So this must always watch for new entries. Additionally, I'm not 100% sure, maybe Flask can manage that stuff. Is there none of the old, oh no, there's, so let me explain this. We're going to reuse a large portion of the code. So PyDiscRip is broken up into these, which are basically supervisor things. Well, not this. This is the base class or everything else. And then here we have subclasses, and these handle different media sample types, and then these handle different data types. We're going to rewrite these to work better with the async IO stuff. But everything here should become async IO, and then everything here should basically be thrown away and replaced with new async IO supervisor stuff. So we keep everything down here, and we throw away everything up here, essentially. So we already have all of the main logic for this stuff, although I'm probably going to change how some of it works for handling, like, when to create what tasks for what data. But we got to keep all of that. So. I don't want a real server. I want SQLite. What code does CD Robot come with? 0. I reverse engineered it from scratch.
HASLIM79S. Subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 36 months. And says good luck with the code. End of line.
AJ Slim, thank you for the Prime sub and for 36 months. I appreciate that. I'm not sure what you mean, Big Linter. So anyway, here's what I'm thinking. Controller should be async IO because it can start tasks that contain the multi-processing processes for the drive stuff. But there are a couple of things that I'm a little apprehensive about because I think it would be cool. So say this starts a task, and this task looks something like Python. Okay, this task looks something like def or async def start rip. Okay, and then I don't know if it's going to pass media sample or not. You know what? Sample underscore ID. Let's go with that. Okay, so what we do is basically this up here. All right. But this is going to be a function of the, sometimes Kate really drives me insane. Literally nowhere in this am I using 8 wide tabs, but whatever, fine. Let's just do that. Sure. Here we would have a command for the controller robot load, and then we would probably, we would load the disk, which would require the controller know which drives are available, which is why this has to be in the controller code. All right. Then once we have the disk in the drive, maybe we return the drive equals that. All right. Then I don't know, SQL update sample, and then it'd be something like sample underscore ID drive. Then we can start the rip. Then, after the rip is complete, we unload the drive. And then this is where this gets a little weird to me. So at this point, our async function is complete, and this task can be ended. Each CD rip in their own instance. Yes, because this thing here, rip CD, all right, does not interact with anything else. It might send status updates to the SQL server, but that would be it. And then those would be read by Flask. It does not need to communicate to this in any way or communicate with, say, other CD drive stuff. So it's just single task oriented over there, completely doing its own thing. So that's that. So here's where I'm slightly hung up. Maybe this could be handled in load. But we unload the drive. Currently, the way this works, and this may seem like it's thinking too far ahead. I don't know. Not high enough to understand it. I feel like that's going the wrong direction. So currently, we unload a drive, and then we leave the drive open, and then we go to load the next media sample, and we know what drives are available. So maybe, yeah, this would work because then we could query what drive is available, and then that drive would still be open. So maybe that is fine. Okay. So we would have async controller manager. All right. And then this would be SQL or I don't know how. Let's say while, I don't know, running, I'm not exactly sure how this will be determined, but this is, oh, you know what? No. Controller start, and then we do sample ID. Okay. Maybe. Yeah. So controller start, sample ID, and then we would task, async io dot create underscore task start rip sample ID blah 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 blah, and then do we await? I don't think we care. I'm trying to, this is where, we're not running this code. This isn't real, so I'm not that worried about it. This is literally in a README file. So. I know, Sci Guy, so don't worry about that. That's why I'm kind of wrapping this with function calls, is like pretend it's working correctly in the background. All right. Okay, because I want. We'll say.
Subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 35 months. End of line.
Code isn't real, so I can't hurt you exactly. This is pseudocode. Just assume Python pseudo. Oh, you can't do that. Pseudocode. Kazuto and Y, thank you for the Prime sub and for 35 months. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm just trying to think about how this would work. So sample watch would tell controller that it needs to rip sample ID. Controller would create a task. So this is getting my head around a code exactly. You're running this as root. Yeah. When drive's going to the unload state, this is when you can run into collision problems. Well, in this, with using... Yeah, actually, that's one of the areas where this gets a little concerning. Load commands, how that will work, it will find all of the drives, or it'll find the drive, the first drive that's available that does not have a disk. It will then close all other drives, attempt to load that drive. If the drive tray is already open, that command executes instantly. It will then put the disk in the drive and then start this and wait. And then another one of these, this will be considered an await, a yield, whatever execution returns back out. The next one of these can go and load a tray. I don't know if I can guarantee that once it's done, the unload happens all at once or not. I don't know. This is where this gets weird. Oh, sorry, this is way off to the side under chat. Helpful to identify what parts are blocking code that cannot live. Well, that's kind of what I'm trying to do, Sci Guy, right now. I'm just trying to identify logic right now. So the drives, like I said, this is going to be completely isolated process. This is bottom down, and then that's its own internal async loop, and that is, or async IO loop, and that is way easier to manage. Everything there, cakewalk comparatively. This is probably the hardest part here to decide how to handle. So anyway, controller start. So here's what I am deciding. Maybe we can have these share an event loop. So maybe this can be one. Because if this creates a task, and then realistically, this wouldn't need to be a function of the controller. So class controller versus class sample watch. So I guess, I don't know exactly how this would work. Async sample underscore check. This is probably a while true, but let's just say while running, in case I come up with some other way of doing it. And then at the end, async io.sleep 1 or whatever. SQL check new sample, and then sample underscore ID if sample underscore ID is not none. Oh, this is where this gets ugly. But we'll just pretend right now. Init def whatever. Control self dot controller equal controller. So maybe we could do create task like this. And then self sample tasks equal blah. Sample tasks dot append. Something along those lines. This would be controller. Self-controller. Dot start rip sample underscore ID. So maybe more like that. And then this would also check if controller can handle sample ID, blah, blah, blah. We sync queue rather than manually maintaining a list. Can also await queue items. I can look into that rather than this, because I don't think there's anything I would ever do with this. The only reason I'm doing this is because I read something about if you don't store the task somewhere, it can be garbage collected away by the time it goes to try and run it in the next awaited section. So that's the only reason I was storing it. So I can look up async IOQ right now and see what that looks like. Disk is in flight, moving from one state to another. That should be a critical section, meaning only one process can be in that state at any time. Okay, I'm not... okay. Moving from one state to another. Okay, I'm not sure you mean by state. So Schmide, yeah, this is okay. This is why we can only run. Actually, yeah, this doesn't work. We can't do this. Here's why we can't do this. All right. Let's say we're super smart, okay? And let's say I'm super rich and I buy a second robot and we have two of them connected. This is an over-optimization, but it's also not. So we have two robots connected. If we put this task in here, it will tell the robot to load. I guess I could make the robot load commands async. I don't know about that. If they're in the drive, they're in a safe state. When they move, yeah, that needs to be blocking. Yeah, no, that, yes. So it's like that right now. But yeah, what I'm wondering is if the robot should have its own event loop. That way, only one thing can be running on it at a time, and that is guaranteed. And that's why I was going to say if we had multiple robots, each robot needs its own event loop, also for performance reasons, so you could have each robot concurrently running their move operations, which are not fast, especially with the whole photo part, where it's got to turn on the webcam, let it autofocus, let it auto expose, and then take the frame for a photo like 100 frames later or something. So yeah, I think this does have to be the controller in its own process. So how... So maybe then, instead of directly calling a task here, maybe sample watch? How do we communicate from this to here that it should start ripping a sample? Do we use the SQL server? Do we have like a column or a table where it has the queue for each controller? And then the controller goes and checks its own queue? Because I think if load and unload commands are asynchronous within the controller, that's a built-in protection. It's impossible for multiple of them to get run at once. The only thing is that, and I think that's the only thing I would say that would be not optimal is you could have two unload commands that run back to back. So say we had 3 rips queues, okay? 3 rip items have been called, okay? And we only have 2 drives, let's say. So we start the first 2, one unloads or one finishes and it starts the unload, and then the other one unloads next, and it finishes and starts the unload. I think the load async call for the third disk would get called first, but it's possible the unload call for the second sample could get run next, and then this is the only thing I could see being a problem. We would unload the first disk, it would pull out the tray, and then it would run the unload command for the other one, which would close and swap the trays, and then that would be an unnecessary action, because when this tray was extended, it could have loaded the next disk. So the only thing I could see is prioritizing loads if there was an unload right before it, but I don't think that that's going to matter that much. The load, I think the async queue is FIFO. I might be wrong. So let's say I don't know why this gets highlighted when that does. Anyway, let's say red lines here are a start and detach. So main starts this, and then it's just kind of hands off. Okay. Over on the side, we have the database. Okay. Flask sends information to the database. All right. And then the SQL or the sample watch server reads data to and from the database. All right. And then this connection causes the controller to start. And then the controller directly launches those. So the controller also checks the database, but it's read only. I mean, everything's going to end up writing to the database to update statuses, but that's a different problem. So we have controller media sample queues in the database. So it's a queue per controller, which we kind of do, but it's more like there is a, I guess this is how it would be in the database too. Okay. I'll just get this over with now. I'm sad that you can't do stored procedures in SQLite. There, I got it out of my system. We'll pull a table per controller that is its queue for what to process. And then we update that. So this could check SQL table for things to process on its own. Okay. Well, now I feel like this isn't necessary. And that Flask properly written would be the only thing needed. So this starts the controller. The controller code itself needs to be started by something, though. So what starts the controller? I mean, maybe main? Maybe main sets up. So that's where our launch and detach comes from. Main sets up all the controllers initially and then detaches, because there's nothing that really has to happen there. So each one of these spawns. We're not even really using async IO then. This spawns as a process and then checks out or pulls data in from the database, and then it spawns its own processes that are wrapped by async IO. So I guess that's async IO. G-Ninja, yes. Or Ginja, sorry. Yes, controller moves the arm, stops and takes the photo, and opens and closes the tray. Once the tray is closed, it basically hands off all control to the RIP process. And then this will do its own internal async IO stuff for reading the data from the drive and then creating descendant objects from that data. Okay. Now, is it just an abuse of async IO to have an event loop right here? Why fill is set to none. So one event loop right there just for managing that stuff, and then more event loops down here for each of these. Because this is one of those areas where I'm not familiar with what like Python best practices are, and if this just is like ridiculous overkill. It feels like this might be ridiculous overkill. So each one of these would be their own event loop, and then of course Flask would be up here as well. So those are all event loops. The only reason we're doing the controller like that is for the async IO handling of loading and unloading. It would avoid having more than one. I feel like I'm going to have a lot of stuff where I wrap it in processes like this then. Flask, I'm only doing that because I don't know Flask. Flask is weird. To throwaway thread. Async IO 2 thread? Let me look that up. Asynchronously run function in a separate thread. Return a coroutine that can be awaited to get the eventual result. Coroutine functions primarily intended to be used for executing IO-bound functions that would otherwise block event loop. Huh. Yeah, because we're going to have a lot of file operations. Like, that's one of the things where I really don't want, like, everything to be, like, locked into the same loop. Like, let's say we're using FFmpeg in Python to convert waves to FLAC. That takes time. And there's no reason, like, let's say two drives finish ripping at the exact same time. There is zero reason why it couldn't be converting all of them at once in different threads. It's running its own process, and there's the code, another area, changing state. I'm, again, sorry, Schmid, I'm really not following. Process enters the code in another area. Well, that's the thing. So Flask will never touch any of the other code. All Flask does is populate a database with information. And a side note, another thing that this will need is main will be able to populate the database on initial loads and then detach. So let's say that will allow us to continue ripping in the next day. So here's the thing. I'm contemplating the database being deleted every single time the program is started. Because there is nothing that I really want to keep in there. So we continue using the JSON file media file descriptor setup. And then, so that would be archive 3 drive. That would be functionally this. I would like to keep these and then have this used to repopulate the database on each startup. Would sure no weird states get left over? Yes. So anything that didn't get processed could be re-added, and then the controller would find it and start again. So purge things which have completed on startup, leaving a minimal amount of data in the event of a crash. Well, start controllers, because the controllers handle the drives. You cannot have a controller or a drive without a controller. But Ginja, you're thinking similarly to what I'm thinking there. Does main include calibrations of the robot arm and bin location? No, that's all in controller. The robot arm is a controller. Think of it that way. So here's the other thing, okay? So controllers include the Alaritech Auto Publisher LS and all of its controls for the robot arm, but it also includes a grease weasel. Why a grease weasel? Because a grease weasel can have 2 drives connected to it, say a 3.5 inch and a 5 1/4 inch. If you have 2 discs that you want to rip, and one is a 3.5 and one is a 5 1/4 inch, and you put both of them in the drives, you should be able to start the samples for them. But the grease weasel can only read from one of those at a time. So it needs a blocking control that says, hey, I can do both of these, but I can only do one at a time. So in that case, the controller, let's just pretend it has 3 drives, it would start one and then wait until it finishes reading, and then it would release, go back up. This could then post-process the data to convert the flux into a binary IMG file, convert the flux using HXE into an image of what the flux data looks like, try and extract the files with mtools, blah, blah, blah. All that post-processing can happen in this thread. But while that's going on, the controller will go up and say, hey, drive B, you can start ripping now. So even the grease weasel needs to be a controller. Now, let's say you have your just regular computer that has optical drives built in and you're the monkey who's got to swap them all. Technically, each individual drive then could just have a blank pass-through controller. But the only thing is that they need to wait until the disk is put in to continue. So that would be the block. It would be an await on you clicking a button in the front end that says, hey, I put this disk in there. And the button is only actually required for the grease weasel. It's not required for optical drives because they can detect it most of the time. There are more than one tasks running or Flask, because Flask is the web server. So this is the front end. So there'll be a form, users type in information about the media sample, what controller it goes to. That'll get stored in the database. And then the controller will say, oh, hey, I can take care of that. And then it starts it, sends it off to a drive to rip. So yeah, I don't really feel like making like APIs and stuff. That sounds like a nightmare. When it could just look in the database instead. I don't know. Why would I make it a server with an API when Flask and it are both going to have to access the same database anyway? Because I don't want Flask like sending all of this information over a single API request. I mean, it's possible, sure, but then this is going to have to build it, this is going to have to decode it, and then it's going to have to go into the database anyway. So if Flask can just stuff it in the database, that saves the trouble. I think you'll end up creating an API. But why? The database is the glue that holds them all together. So Flask with the L is a web server, yeah. It's Flask. Get the stupid page view out of here. Yeah, Flask is a Python web server. Just because I'm not writing like a full stack application here. If I could have the database within Python, I would. We're kind of going to do that with SQLite. And also not wanting to persist the data between launches is another reason I don't want an external database, because I'm just going to wipe it. So it doesn't need to be anything fancy. Okay, the API will be the jobs and statuses that are in the database. Controller will pull jobs instead of having them push via an actual request. Well, if that's the API, that's fine. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. But the API will be something along the lines of, let's bring up more Office software. We're so exciting today. We're going to have a table. This table is going to be called Media Queue. All right. And then we will have sample ID, whatever, and then controller ID, and then sample metadata, all right? So like name or whatever. So let's assume we only have 3 keys here, all right? So what's gonna happen is we're gonna add a new sample ID 1. We're going to have the name. It's going to be Quake, whatever. We're ripping Quake, okay? We're going to put this in there. We're going to say it's compatible with controller, Alaritech, auto publisher LS, okay? So the controller ID is APLS. So that would be this controller. So the controller would query the database and say, hey, y'all got any of them controller ID APLSs I can have? And then it's going to say, yep, here's one. And then it's going to say, cool, I'm going to stick Quake in drive 1, and then it'll go. So maybe there's a status, and it's like, you know, waiting or active or whatever. So that's what I'm talking, like, as far as not an API. I don't think of this as an API. Maybe this would be considered an API, but I don't know. But that would be it. So status, yeah, I don't know, unripped. And then it marks it as loaded or ripping or whatever. I don't know. Active waiting finished error. Yeah, something like that. Everything can be an API, depends on so many things. So when I hear API, I think function calls with defined parameters. That's what I think when I think API. Order is important for that operation? I don't know what you mean by order. This is why the abstraction. The only thing controller needs to know is this is available. If it doesn't have a drive free, it just ignores it. If it has a drive available, it'll mark it as active and then assigns it to that drive internally in its thing. And then it won't do anything with it until it's done. Once that rip finishes, it'll mark it as complete and it'll pull the disk out and then it will internally know that it has a drive that's free. Well, PyDiscRip is mostly an all-in-one solution. It calls out other programs. So, like, we currently support Redumper. We support API access. I support API access to Music Brains for getting audio CD information. So it uses other resources, but it internally does all of its own stuff to manage actual media ripping. The jobs have different commands. So they're closer to an API. If only rip this and it's more likely just a request format. Yes. So the thing is, the command is the controller ID. So I don't know, DJ, if you were familiar with how the whole setup for it works, but for current version of PyDiscRip, actually we'll go here. So in this case, we set up 3 optical drives that are assigned to controller ID APLS. So drives 4, 2, and 3 are the top, middle, and bottom drives of the robot. We then set up a controller that has these drives assigned to it, and then it has the hardware information for how to access the drive, some calibration data for the camera that I built into it, and there's some other stuff. You can also calibrate where the arm goes on the robot. So we set all this up in advance. So this is in a configuration file that gets loaded on execution time. So to say I want to rip a disk, all you need to do is tell it the group that the disk is in this case, CD DVD, which would tell it, yes, we're assigning to, actually, this is something where, okay, this is going to be a fundamental change in PyDiscRip. So I did kind of forget about this. Initially, I didn't have a concept of controllers. I had a concept of groups, and that was before I bought the CD robot. And the idea was, I'm going to have a computer, it's going to have 8 disk drives in it, and then all of the disk drives will be split into, like, whether or not they're just CD or CD and DVD or Blu-ray CD DVD drives or whatever. And then whether I pick up a disc that is a Blu-ray or not, then it needs to go in the Blu-ray capable group or whatever. So what would happen is the groups for those drives would define essentially their capabilities. Forgot about that complicated part. But anyway, just for right now, let's pretend we have a new media sample and we say this is handled by controller ID APLS. All right. Controller ID APLS looks at this and then it launches and instantiates an instance of the controller code. And then the controller code goes, hey, I can handle that. I'm going to put it in, let's go with this drive. And then it will go ahead and move the disk over there, mark this drive as active, and then ignore it. And then not load anything else into that. So basically, everything is pre-configured by the user in a config file. So having this is all you would essentially need, except for the group nonsense. Now, easily argue the controller base class is the API. I could see that, yeah. An API that is accessed via SQL. So currently, essentially the way it works is instead of having the database where we dump stuff into, we just have a folder where we put JSON files. But the problem is I want to be able to communicate data bidirectionally, and that's almost impossible. So I don't know if I want to. I don't know how to handle the group thing. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe controllers can also be groups. Burn that bridge when you get to it. Well, this is kind of one of the fundamental things that we need to know in advance. Do I make groups controllers or not? Because that would have to be another column here. It would be important. So let's think about this. If we have a tower full of 8 drives, all right? Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, DJ. Like, this is, I think the concept of the controller could just double as the group. So let me kind of gen and can my way through this here. Let's say the auto publisher LS, the ARM broke on tomorrow, okay? And I can't fix it. It caught fire and all the little ash particles escaped and it was a sad day. Okay. So I'm still going to use it because it has all the camera and the lights and the, you know, the stuff. So like, let's say that is what's going on. But now I'm managing it. Okay. So if I change the controller from APLS to Monkey Puppet, all right, where I have to manually move disks around, I suppose that I could add to the controller type a drive type like this. And then we could have you know what? Nah, we just get rid of groups entirely. Just 100%. The idea initially was that the user could specify the type of media that they were going to rip, and then the software would automatically assign it to a group. And I think instead, the user just has to manually assign a controller to it. So if you try to rip a cassette in your Blu-ray drive, that's on you. I think that's what I do. I think we just completely eliminate the concept of groups altogether. So, bye-bye groups. That goes away. Okay. Well, no, I wanted the actual column deleted. Okay, so then we can have controllers for individual drives, and then a controller for the grease weasel. And then if somebody else wants to create, or actually, I do have a generic CD robot controller, and I will continue to support that. Yeah, I think that's the play. So you have to assign a controller. If you want to rip an LP in your Laserdisc player, then you don't want a Laserdisc player, you want a CED player. Well, DJ, that's possible, but here's the thing. Like, let's say we have the exact setup where I have right now, where the drive, the computer that I'm using, it has an optical drive built in. Let's say I want the ability to be able to rip another disc again. Like, let's say the robot fails to rip a disc, okay? And then it ejects it, okay? There's technically a, here. Is that gonna work? Yes, okay. So the robot technically has this spindle here that I could utilize for rejects. So what I could do, I could have a controller for this thing, but then I could have a dedicated controller for this drive. And if the robot says, hey, I had an error with the disk, and then spits it out here, I could then take this disk and put it in this controller and try and rip it again while the robot just continues doing whatever it wants. So having a controller that's here that's capable of CDs and DVDs, and then this one's also capable of CDs and DVDs, I don't want these automatically fighting with stuff because I want to be able to manually start this one whenever I want. And I don't want the robot ever trying to assign that. So that's a potential. I don't know that I'm ever actually going to do that. Maybe, maybe not, but that is the kind of thing that I'm trying to think about. Two device types, auto and manual. Every time you do something like that, you fractalize the complexity of the software. There would just be a controller that's manual. And if you assigned a disk to the manual controller, then you would have to be the one that puts it in there. There's obviously no command. Well, there would be a command. It'd be a flashing red light on the web page that says, "Monkey, put disk in drive." So DJ, what I would do is I would have a controller that exists as a dummy controller that just ejects the drive in the computer, and then you put the disk in there, close the drive, and then you click a button in the web front end, and then it knows that it's ready to go. And it will start trying to rip it again with the other drive. I could manually rip it in the back end to look for more error stuff, but let's just pretend that maybe it didn't like that drive. There was something incompatible or something. I don't know. Okay, I'm trying to think. I can't think of any problems with this.
Chloroku says CHER 100 monkey done job, monkey get reward. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. And Ro, I'm not 100% sure how to say your name. Hello. And welcome from Peru. Okay. So this starts, it does not have an event loop. This just async IO runs this. Then this maintains an internal event loop that communicates with the database. So it doesn't actually matter how I do this. This would also async IO run a process for every defined controller. And then the controllers processes, which have their own event loop for starting processes for the RIPs, would access the database. Now again, to be clear, these async IO loops are going to do a lot of work. So this would create, like, let's say, it's such a pain in the butt to do this stuff. This would make bin q split. Bin q split would make bin q. Bin q would make wave and would make ISO 9660. Wave would make FLAC, because waves can't have metadata or album art images or anything embedded. Waves suck. No one should use waves. But they're directly what data comes out of a bin queue. And then ISO 9660 will just have files, because we'll extract the files. So this becomes an async queue for sure, because after we get the bin queue, we start to have tasks here that can run in parallel or asynchronously, however you want to think about it, and they don't rely on each other other than once their parent thing finishes, then the next one needs to start. So that 100% benefits from being async. Dude, why are you wrapping it from underneath? So stupid. There. So this makes 100% sense to make async. But now, does it make sense for all of these to share the async calls? Because I don't think it does. Because let's say wave. So someone was saying, I think that there is a Python async version of FFmpeg. I feel like it's a bad idea to try and use. Because there's so many different versions of Python FFmpeg. But we have other things that are going to happen. Like, yeah, it's just, I don't think it's a good idea to merge this stuff into one event loop. Yeah. All right, let me save this. Where PyThread DB test, okay. Plan. Okay. So there is no sample watch. That no longer exists. This has while running blah 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 async IO sleep 1 SQL check sample underscore ID if sample ID is not none, and we start a task that rips it. The rip task gets to this. Load will have its own internal thing, something along the lines of load blah. If while not drive available or whatever, we wait while there is not a drive available. And then once there is a drive available, it goes. Ooh, wait, though. No, that doesn't work. Well, that exact logic. This can't be in load. Bleh. Well, yeah, I know we have to lock things. I know. I'm just trying to think. So it could be as simple as def init drive underscore count for I in range 1 drive underscore count. Self dot drive underscore tasks. But again, task queue might be a thing for this. I don't know. Something like this. I don't know, where we just set them active or whatnot. And then we check if there's a drive task that is not set. This is basically how I do it in the current version. So if sample ID is not none and get underscore drive underscore free. So basically it just has to track whether it has a free drive somehow. Which I don't think is that difficult. I want to look at the Flask code a little more. Because if that needs to be async, if a drive is free. Yeah, I know. This is... See? This is where this becomes a problem. I want these processes to fully die between being started on here. They need to completely end. So that would be this. It needs to fully finish. Maybe there just isn't a better option than the way that I was doing it. Drive processes. For drive in self-drive processes, if drive is none or drive is or drive or not, drive is alive, then we load drive, update sample to drive, set drive to that, drive start, drive alive. Oh, that's a little weird. Well, drive join. We don't need the async nonsense. So we wait until it finishes. Then we unload. Okay. So, or no, we don't need this. Here's where it gets weird. Okay. So we load at this point, we start it, and at this point, it is now detached. So this is where the async IO stuff comes in. We need async IO because we need to be able to return to unload. Yes, drive equal process. I mean, load, I don't know. Sample, ID, drive, whatever, I don't know. For drive processes, for drive and drive processes, if the drive has never been a process, it will be none, because we'll just set it up there or whatever. Or if it was a process and it is no longer alive, then we can load into that drive. We update the database saying, hey, we're doing this. That way the web server can show fun stuff. Then we start ripping a CD, set the new process to that drive because the other one's dead or doesn't exist, and we start it. But at this point, we're now detached. Yeah, I'm sure there's some stupid Python stuff like this where I have to do key drive and then it's drive processes, key, whatever, stupid, I hate Python. So I'm sure it's that. This is exactly how it works in current PyDiscRip though. But PyDiscRip is way worse because it's stupid. Because of technical debt. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, group drive process. Boom. Gets a new process set right here. And then we have 3 billion keys because I don't have a database. I hate Python because it's the closest thing to HP Basic that exists that lets me use a computer without it being a total pain in the butt. There are things that are weirdly good syntax in Python and things that are weirdly bad syntax in Python. So it's very annoying determining what is or is not a reference or a copy of something. So in this case, this is a copy. So that's what Majenko was indicating, and I just wasn't caring because this is, again, pseudocode. But yeah, you cannot change the value here. But then sometimes something that looks like this can actually be a reference to the original item. In declarative languages like C, that kind of thing is a lot more obvious. But have fun making a web server in C. Have fun doing async stuff in C. I know, I've done it. It sucks. Only a masochist would use Perl now. If you're doing that, it's because you want the pain. I know fundamentally how to make a web server in C, Majenko. It is not pleasant. Okay, so where we're currently stuck is this detaches, but then we have to get back to unload the drive. I will admit, text processing in Python is not particularly pleasant. I really wish it had a better regular expression implementation. I don't understand why it's not better. Scale of horrible to how awful, how's it going? Here, let me, did you just join in, Ben? Here, let me run you through what I'm currently thinking. Okay? Actually, I don't know if you got a chance to read through some of the stuff that I said earlier. Okay. So, I read the entire...
Nasreal subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 43 months and says, wow, approaching 4 years, colon. End of line.
Tech Doc making weird noises will always be great. Nasreal, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 43 months. I appreciate that. What do you think about BagZap? I have no idea what it is or what that is. Anyway, Ben, I read through the entire concepts of async IO Python page. So here's how I understand async IO now. You create a task. It creates a task object from a coroutine function. That task object does nothing yet. You are still within the execution space of wherever you called this. At some point in the future, when you await or do some other async IO type thing like async IO.sleep, the event loop will go through and look for any tasks that have not, started or whatever, and then it will start them. You can also await a task, and then it will sit there then it will return execution back to that task in your coroutine function. And then it will execute that until it's done. But there's also some funky stuff with yield that can happen that I'll cover in a second. But you start your function that is your primary async function, coroutine, whatever, that can create tasks with async IO run, and you can only do this once per event loop. You can't run this again in a sub thing. So what I'm thinking is I can have my main function, all right, we call that, and then if I want to do, say, a redumper command and have that be async IO wrapped, what I could do, or not redumper, let's say the FFmpeg Python library that isn't async IO compatible, okay? We create a task, so we start this function for start big stuff, okay? We create a process, and then that process can start, but then this is not a blocking command, this just runs in the background then. So we check while the process is alive, and we await this function or this class thing that we define, which has an overridden await here where it yields. So this would yield, which would go back to do other stuff. And then at some point, the async code would come back to check, hey, are you done yet? But what happens here is yield would then just return execution. This would pass, so await wouldn't actually wait until it's done. It would return execution back to the while alive. If this is still alive, then it would await this again, which would then go ahead and yield. Anyway, so this would run or wait here until this finishes, and then it would call join just to like close the thread out or whatever. You don't actually need this, I think, maybe. But then it would be done. So that's how we could async IO run a process to do something else. So that's kind of what I'm thinking for that. So what we're looking at right now is how I should structure the code for the different things that I want it to do. So read your message, TT live last night, it's in bed, knackered, Scrifty didn't reply, that's fine. So I think start coding this without thinking of the RIP functionality, e.g. design drive. Well, we still have to look through Flask and understand that, because I've been using Flask in the worst possible way, and I would like to maybe not do that anymore. So I would like to learn a little more about Flask, which is its own async IO nonsense that I need to understand better. Because it's a critical part where Flask is going to write to the SQLite database that everything else is also going to read and write to. So async IO is cooperative multitasking, kind of. Bags app is fundraiser for coders. Oh, okay. Okay, wouldn't even close. Endorse Bags coin. If it's crypto, no. Gives you 1% of all transaction. No, I would not. Quart is a nice alternative. I don't know what that is other than one of those stupid American units of measurement. So, okay, Ben, I'll walk you through this. There will be the main function that will be the entry point, parses, arguments, and whatever for PyDiscRip. Okay, so it runs this. Assuming we start the web server and the sample management nonsense, we will start Flask, which will probably run its own separate event loop. That's what these circles represent. So Flask, excuse me, air's like really dry and cold all of a sudden. Flask is going to run its own event loop. When we send it new media samples through Flask, Flask will write them to the database. All right. We then have a database entry, something like this. We have the, the sample ID, a controller ID, some metadata about it, and then the status. So this would be waiting or whatever. All right. The controller will infrequently check the database and see, hey, are there any media samples I could work with? So if we have the auto publisher LS1, it can check like, hey, that controller's for me. It's waiting. I've got drives free. So it'll take that, and what it will do, this async loop would then start a RIP process that contains its own internal async loop, so that we could have stuff like, apparently my history is not going to contain the other stuff. Anyway, the RIP will execute the MusicBrainz query, and then sequentially we'll then start redumper, because you don't want to do both at once, because the MusicBrainz query needs to calculate the disk ID by looking at the sector positions.
They've subscribed for 32 months and says 32 months. End of line.
Well, Waddington, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 32 months. I appreciate that. But the RIP process, or RIP stuff, per drive is what this is, I believe should be its own separate process, because we're going to start the process. The process is going to MusicBrainz query. It's going to then start redumper. Redumper will spit out the split bin queue, and then the split bin queue is going to get converted into the regular bin queue. But from the regular bin queue, everything up to that point has been sequential. But after the regular bin queue gets generated, we're going to split out to converting waves and converting ISOs. Then the waves are going to get converted to FLACs and the ISOs are going to get converted to files. So it becomes asynchronous at some point during this process. But there's a lot of sequential stuff that needs to happen that should all happen in parallel with the other drives. So I don't want these to share an event loop because they should all be doing their own things on their own time. Because like I don't want one of these doing a slow MusicBrainz query, but then the next one needs to do it, and then it's got to wait for that response, or maybe async IO allows you to do multiple network things. I don't care. I just want it to be one process. So that's what I'm thinking. So the controller is in a process with its own event loop that's going to let it manage this stuff. And I'm not 100% sure that that's going to be in an event loop or not yet, because that's where we were at when we were looking at this. I'm kind of pseudocoding how the controller stuff will work. And I was looking at how we handle creating processes for the drives that manage that stuff, but then I got stuck on this part where the process start point is non-blocking. And we have to be able to wait for that and then return. I mean, I guess I could just do while drive key is underscore alive. I mean, this is currently not async IO, so just sleep one, like, and then unload. I don't know. Flask can offer async features, but it's not there by default. Do you feel you need to use Flask async features? Can't just use vanilla Flask. Okay. Let me explain my experience with Flask, and then why I have. Let me just explain this. So the first time I ever used Flask was when I was adapting my gpib terminal UI to have charts on a web page so we could have them display on stream. So I needed to take the existing code that pulled data from the gpib devices and then force that into Flask somehow. And that is how I ended up settling on reading in one thread and then saving to JSON and then reading the JSON in another thread. And that was extra horrible. Actually, I may have even used like a process with a shared gigantic array or something. It may not have even just been JSON. I might have wished it was JSON, but it was something similar to that. That was such a bad experience that I figured out a way where I could use Flask as an object or a class. So this is the video routing software. I'm going to release a video about this today. But anyway, we create a web interface that has a member or a field that is Flask, but it's not started yet. We just configure all this stuff. And then later we start Flask as a separate process. And then this is able to call all of the member functions of the class and use those for responding to web stuff, which ends up being organizationally a lot better than the weird app route nonsense when you're trying to incorporate it into Python logic that actually does logic. Now, the problem that I'm currently facing is PyDiscRip isn't using Flask to do logic, it's using it to display stuff, and it's using it to gather the input from a single form. So I think I can abstract Flask away, and if we use the database as a buffer, then Flask can just do whatever Flask does, and then the rest of the software can do whatever it does. So realistically, this could be two separate executables. This could be just PHP LAMP stack over here, whatever, but replace Maria or the MySQL server with SQLite or whatever, and then connecting over there. It could be completely independent, but we're just going to integrate it into this because it makes sense. So that's where I'm using Flask. So Flask needs to run alongside this code and do its own thing responding to web queries or whatever. So I don't really care what it does internally as long as this and this run at the same time. So it is possible that these two could share an event loop, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, every time I look at the Flask stuff, it's like a giant nightmare and I never understand it. So that's going to be the next thing we look at. I was kind of trying to plan like how this works a little bit and then see more about how Flask works. So I think it is now time we go and look at Flask stuff. So let's save that. I'm going to save this. Okay, let me look at what Ben was doing. You should never call sleep inside an async function. Well, this is not currently an async function. Ignore this part. Yeah, it would just be start rip is what I'm kind of currently saying. So here was the thing, Ben. We have 3 drives available. We have an unlimited number of entries in the queue in the database. Every time it looks for a new entry in the database that it can handle, it has to check if there's a drive free for it, which means we have to check the status of 3 drives. And if we're checking that, the status of the 3 drives could just be the status of the is alive for the drive processes. And if we're just checking the is alive for the drive processes, and if they're not alive, we might as well just, create a new process right there on the spot if it's not alive. And then all of a sudden, we don't really need async IO. I know it started out as async IO, and then all of a sudden I realized, wait a minute, maybe it doesn't need to be. So this is kind of where I'm at, is like, it actually kind of doesn't matter if it's async or not. At least I think. I don't know. Because I couldn't think of a way. Adding async to this made it more complicated. But I don't know. There's the async queue, which I haven't looked up yet. Hold on. What is async? What's the async IO queue or whatever? Okay, design similar queue model, this async, not thread safe. There's none to be used. Specifically, an async await code method, async queues, timeout parameter, async wait for blah 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 blah. I hate how few examples are. Okay, here we go. Okay. Create a queue that will use to store our workload. Okay. Generate random timings and put them into the queue. Okay, so worker. What do you mean random timings? What? I am already lost here. What? Random uniform sleep for total sleep time. What? Queue put no wait. I don't even understand that now. What? Where does worker become involved? Create 3 workers. Task to process the queue. To process the queue. What? Clean up some of those tabs. Well, especially bad if it was here. If it's here, I don't know, there's a pretty tabby. I mean, I love this one right here where it looks like there's a thing that's going to happen and it just doesn't. So this looks like you put parameters into a queue and then you pass the parameters to a task. Designed to be similar to the queue module. This thing asks you not thread safe. Okay, queue. Is this just a list that iterates or something? I don't understand this. This is one of those things where I think you need to understand something else before this makes any sense. I don't know what the other thing is, and I don't think it's going to be Python Q. Multi-producer, multi-consumer queues, especially useful in threaded programming when information must be exchanged safely between multiple threads. Yeah, I don't think that's possible. It seems like nothing does that right. Queue class and modulus module implements all the required locking semantics. Module implements 3 times of queue, which differ only in the order entries are received. FIFO, blah blah blah, LIFO. Queue put items. Okay, queue join. So we create a queue. We create a thread with target.
Playfield subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 8 months, currently on a 3-month streak. End of line.
Playful, thank you for the Prime sub and for 8 months. I appreciate that. Worker goes there. Threading. How does threading connect to the queue? Turn on worker thread. Send 30 task requests to the worker. I started looking at async queue and it didn't make any sense. So I thought maybe I should look at what the normal queue is first, because it says it's based on the normal queue. And it's... I don't get it. It seems like you're creating a list and then you put basically a dictionary in the list or whatever you want, and then you just send the value of that list item like one at a time. You just pop it off and then create an async IO thing based on that queue entry, which just data structure, you just keep track of it. Yeah. I mean, maybe it could be applicable here, but I don't know that it actually simplifies anything. I feel like it just adds more syntax you have to learn how to use. So press F1, that could be beneficial, and that could be the thing that would make me interested in it. If, say, is there like max workers? Because if we could have a maximum number of workers equal to the maximum number of drives we have, that could make sense. So far, I'm not seeing that, though. Create 3 worker tasks to process. Oh, maybe that is it. So, okay, so we create 3 tasks, and then I assume somehow the queue is just sent to those? Because that could maybe work. So then, yeah, so if we have, let's say instead we have self Q, all right, or let's say sample Q, all right? Let's say we have a sample Q, and then we do async IO Q, all right? We'll make a, I agree, a FIFO queue is literally exactly what we want, which is why I'm thinking maybe leveraging this could make sense. So let me kind of mentally work through this for a second here. Def async. I can Python. Hold on. Oh man, keys just went all over the place. Async def. Check samples. All right. SQL get Q samples, whatever. And then for sample and samples, if, let's just say somehow sample is new, just pseudocode here, then we would sample Q dot add, append, no, Q put, no wait, sleep. What is no wait? Return an item if one is immediately available. What? Sleep for. Generate random timings, put them into the queue. Well, why don't we just put an item into the queue? If the queue is full, wait until a free slot is available before adding an item. So we just put, okay? So sample queue, put sample. All right. Dumb question. Is there a way to just have it call like a thing all the time? Like, should I just do, let's say, self dot async or update? Task. Actually, wasn't there a, there's an interesting thing here. Yeah, sleep watcher. So if you do a future, you can create a task that fires after a specific amount of time. So I could just do maybe instead async io.sleep 1 and then async. I don't know. How would I, could I make an async call function call itself again, or should this just run in a loop indefinitely? It's probably just run in a loop indefinitely, shouldn't it? Yeah, so actually we leave sleep and then just while running, I guess, whatever. While running. Do that, put in sample Q. Okay, and then I don't know how we end up processing the queue, so let's just ignore that for right now because that makes me sad. We also create 3 tasks, so wait, do we have to create these before or after the queue is made? Let's just not think about that right now. So self dot drive underscore tasks for in len drive underscore count. Just pretend we get that at some point. We make a bunch of tasks. And then this is start rip. Is this what? F worker thing? What on earth? Worker. Oh, and then that's okay. This. And then a name. Sure, whatever. Pass an argument has to create it. Okay, so if I put this up here, this would work. So we make a queue. The queue is empty. We have self-drive tasks. Put that here and there. Wait. Tasks. Yeah. Drive tasks. Okay. Boom. Then when this gets added, I suppose it would automatically call one of these that are available. And then this would automatically call this. So then only 3 of these would ever be running at once because we would have 3 drives as our count. Drives of the workers, yeah. So we don't care about this at the moment. So we load our drive sample. Okay, we would do some kind of queue sample equal queue.get, something along these lines. And then we would load, well, we have to find a drive. So load drive equals, so we find a free drive somehow. We'll track that internally. And we update it to say it's in that drive. We create our process that's going to start the rest of the ripping. We start it. And then while process is alive, we async IO sleep until it's done. And then we unload the drive. And then we're free, I think. One of them will be first. Yeah, so I really, really like the idea of using async IO to manage the single threaded nature of the arm of the robot doing the synchronous or asynchronous tasks of ripping the discs, or yeah. So I really think that async IO blends well with this. I've just been trying to figure out how to handle it, but I think that's how. I think this actually makes sense. So then this can just run in the background. The instant we add something to the database, it just automatically starts it. We don't even have to call anything as long as we get this running. So this could just be in the init for that. would be this. Self dot update. Or maybe we would have a controller start. Actually, I think this is how this would work. I think it would probably be async IO run this. Task update. And then this would, I think, manage those tasks in the background. So these code routines would be called by this async function by adding these into the queue, maybe. So then to start it, we would just run controller start, and then this would hold. So that's perfect because that gets us wedged into the async code from the non-async code. So non-async here starts the SQL update, initializes the 3 tasks that can handle the queue, and then it automatically checks the queue, and then the tasks that check the queue trip when there's data, assuming I'm understanding this correctly. And then it works. That we could test independently with just like a JSON file or something instead of the SQL database. So I think we'll come back to that. The other ideas all still are valid, but I kind of like this one. Yeah, event driven rather than polling, yeah. So let me think about this. We have a drive. We add a sample. I'm trying to think, how did that error we had work? It was ejecting 2 drives at once and then picking which one to load into at random. I think that's what we had going on. It was trying to start 2 tasks at once, and then sometimes it was picking the bottom task to work on, and that was just because I was using processes running at the exact same time. Because the processes were wrapping the load and unload as well. Because controllers were added as an afterthought to PyDiscRip, they were not well integrated. I think this much better integrates them. I don't think it is possible to have stuff run incorrectly. So everything, let me throw this out there. Every single thing that happens here in load must be not async. It is not allowed to be async in that. So like, let's say I wrapped the serial commands for the robot because the arm is doing something. It could go do some other logic in the background while the arm is moving. It's not allowed to do that because we cannot risk it firing another one of these at the same time and then attempting to load 2 drives at the same time. So this has to be purely sequential start to finish. So from picking a drive to the disk being in the tray. Actually picking the drive, Disk gets put in tray, arm moves out of the way, takes the picture, closes the tray. Once the tray is closed, which would be at this point, then it's free to do whatever it wants with the controller again. So if it asyncs here, that's fine. It's not my favorite. I'd prefer it async here. But that would work. Okay, so... Okay. Because the control... contemplates food. Well, just, can you confirm for me really quick? It is impossible for control to be retched away from an async function until it hits an await or yields or something. It will always stay in there, or calls an async IO kind of operation. You must have one of those three things happen, correct? Okay. As long as we don't do any of that, it should be safe. Okay. Only await or yield, or something like this that's specifically designed for it. It's like, let's say I use the Linux eject command to open the tray. I don't want to use subprocess async IO. I want to make sure I only use the sequential one. It's not like threading where some devices switch threads. Okay. Yeah. So that should be totally fine then. I kind of like this solution. I think that's pretty good. Okay. All right, now let's look at Flask. Okay, I think this gels better with what I was looking at. You know what? Hold on, let me really quick here. That. Okay, I'm just closing this. Get it out of here. Okay. Don't save because I know what 5 columns of data looks like. Okay. Flask. Flask has an example tutorial here where we run thing and then it is a page of web. So we have register, auth register. So somehow static, no, templates, auth register. So Flask can do this, and I did not know this. This is so much better than what I'm doing. I don't even have the most egregious example here because I have never connected the RetroTink 4K to this computer. But if I go to my RT 4K remote software, which is basically the same thing as everything I write nowadays, it's a Flask front end to some other thing. Look at all this horrible, awful HTML just chilling in the Python in a string. It would be cool to not have that. Because you know what really sucks when you're trying to edit HTML? Is it not having any syntax highlighting because it's actually a Python string. So it would be cool if it could be HTML instead. Catch all the and handle all the exceptions in your task and handle exceptions will likely exit the task. Yes. Generally, I wrap all of the things because you can get bad data. So, like, let's say you have an optical disc that has a data partition on it. Some of them cannot be properly extracted because they're a hybrid ISO 9660 file system. So you can have it be both Mac and PC, let's just say. And then 7-zip or whatever tool you're using to extract it probably has no idea how to handle that. As in, or probably as in guaranteed doesn't know how to handle that because there are no tools that can handle it. Found the Jinja template engine in Flask. Apparently, yes. I don't know. I've done a lot of PHP coding, so I'm very familiar with this concept. Like, if we go to my repos, we go way back. Way back. Way back. This way back? Do we go this far back, maybe? There yet? I mean, this one wasn't really finished. There was still a fair amount, but yeah, yeah, I'm familiar with how this works. How far back? Oh my gosh, I don't like that being that many. Okay. So yeah, let's figure out how this works. So we got a file, and then we got auth pi. So like this bothers me. How does this work? So we have tutorial, Flasker, and then we have init. Okay, no, I did not want to move that. Why did it even let me move that? Isn't that like running right now? Okay, so how app config from pi file? Oh, Flask is disgusting then, isn't it? Ensure the instance folders exist. OS join. Wait, how does this work? Trousers washing a mixing bowl. Okay, so I ran the folder, which runs this. App register blueprint. Okay, what is that? What is register blueprint? Blueprints are a whole thing. I don't understand. I like. This is why I haven't delved deeper into Flask, because it almost seems like it may as well not even be Python. It seems like it might as well be its own thing entirely, because it manipulates the syntax so much. Like, I hate this. I do not like this at all. I don't understand why this exists. I don't remember what this even is at this point. It's something like specifying some kind of metadata with a function, like, I don't get it. I know that you can manually call app route, like, up here. Somehow, though, this is associated with this. Decorators are core Python? Yes, but they're stupid. Like, I have never seen this outside of Flask. Are too much magic for my taste? Yeah. Just functions where you call your own code. So that's how I have it working in everything else. Which is why I've kept doing it that way, because it makes sense. This seems insane. Yeah, I get that part, Ben. It's just the syntax is... Ugh. So, like, I know essentially how this works, okay? If we hate this, what I do, I take this, and I wouldn't be surprised if we can even do this, and then relaunch this and it works. So we do this, and we do route, and then that's the path. We give it some random name, and then we give it the function, which is just hello, like that. I think that works. Cannot access local variable. Is it because it's not first? Wait, are they defining a function in a function? Takes 2 positional arguments, but 4 were given. What am I missing? Hold on, now it's a challenge. Oh, add route URL rule. That's what it is. So this. And then, boom, it can run. And it works exactly the same. That's what it is. So, hello, boom. Okay. Both work, but which you prefer will depend on which types of information you want to keep closer, the route and the handler, or all the routes. So, where it starts to mess with me is breaking it up into separate files. So I need to understand how this blueprint nonsense works, because I'm imagining auth.bp, I mean, that's somewhere. Import dot from auth. Okay, apply the blueprint. So here we are importing this file. And then this is BP from this. So this is the variable from this file. Okay. I understand that more now. So then, because, so now we have our own new app. It's not the same thing. Now it's BP instead of app. Dude, I don't like Flask. It's too weird. Why is it gotta be so weird? And here I was about to say, then this can do the app routes. Because it's imported into this and it would exist at this point, but no, that's not how it works. So they define a bunch of routes that get stored in the blueprint. And then there's probably a template loader thing in here. Template, yeah, render template, register, okay. This bothers me tremendously. So this is also running synchronously, I believe. But I don't fully understand. Return app. Wait, so how does this work? What starts create app? Flask app. Wait. Yeah, so I didn't really pay attention. So this is this, and I just copied the commands, and I didn't think about it that hard. So Flask run debug. Flask run. So we're probably loading this module, which is this folder. But what is run? Yeah, DJ, this is also why I don't like Flask. They really don't want Flask to be part of Python. They want Flask to be a thing that is just Python syntax. Where does run happen? Is create app some kind of magic thing that it also accepts? Script info. Optionality function is passed. CLI script info. Okay, option character function is passed into script info to create the instance of the application. Oh. So I guess it... Is it return app? It is return app. So it automatically knows magically to run create app, and then it does app run after this, I assume. So if we do then I think we can... I might as well just do this. This will allow us to do it both ways, at least, I think. So now I can kill this, and instead of doing that, I could do Flask per Python 3 Flasker. Can't find main. Init this. Attempted to import relative. No. Okay. You have to have run Py using Flask to start the app via the reference to Flasker. Yes. So this doesn't... Like, oh, maybe we just need to move into that folder. CD. And then we just run it directly. Attempted relative import with no known parent package. Yeah, I thought that was weird. Do they have, like, an example for using it with other Python code? I don't know why anyone would ever choose to use Flask to build up a website from scratch if it's just a boring website. Like, it only makes sense to me to leverage other Python modules with a web interface. So, okay, well, let's just ignore that for right now. You're exactly right with, they want this to be a thing on its own that uses Python language, not use it within Python. It's a framework for building web applications, not a library for adding web stuff to existing code. Yeah. Like, I hate to ask this. Python Web server. http.server. So I don't know if it's worth trying. I don't know if it's worth trying to replace it with something else. Dude, if I hear TCP, I'm out. That is not acceptable. I don't know what Laravel is for PHP, but if that's a web server built into PHP, that's horrible. Or built in PHP, I should say. Might like Quart. Okay, hold on. Python Quart. I don't like how the icon looks so similar to the Flask one. Like, why? Fast Python Web Micro Framework. Write JSON APIs. I don't know what RESTful is. It sounds like some stupid modern thing. Render and serve HTML. Serve WebSockets. I'm not against that idea. That would be your API. Stream responses. I don't want stream nonsense. Wait, it's video. Wait a minute, what? Creating blah, 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 blah. Video.mp4. Wait, what? Oh my gosh, it's just like Flask. Why? Is Quart just like a fork of Flask or something? Everything here looks exactly the same syntax as Flask. Async IO implementation of Flask. Well, that doesn't... Well, that would explain all the things. The only reason I would use Quart over Flask is if the documentation is better, because I hate the Flask documentation. It's okay if you're in an MVC style environment where it's obvious where to put things, less good freeform setup like Flask. Yeah, like this, I don't know, man. I'm not against using Quart. I'm not in favor of it if it's just Flask but with different stuff. Hold on, I'm confused. There are parts of the Flask API that I've decided either not implement. One person, but isn't Pallets like the company who does Flask or whatever? Copy Pallets. Or that was this merged upstream after and they just haven't updated the documentation? That's not a great sign that the documentation's gonna be better. Tutorials better not be the same exact blog. Oh my gosh. Pip install poetry. Excuse me? I'm out. Essentially, control set is the CD rips. It's also a form that allows you to input the information to start the rips. Version's called Vogon Poetry, yeah. Fast API. If I see copyright palettes at the bottom of this, I'm going to scream. Oh my gosh, it's a long page. Why? Vanilla HTML, JavaScript, here we come. That's not far off of what my current setup is. It's just using Flask as the actual server. I have no idea what poetry is as far as a Python module, but if you start out your tutorial by telling me, oh, you should probably import this other thing before we begin, no. That's not how you start a tutorial. Okay, fast, modern, high-performance web framework, building APIs with Python based on standard Python type hints. Uh-oh. Is that more decorators? It's just Flask again. Okay, well, I will admit, I like this just because I like fun stuff. You will love decorators? I will never love decorators. I will never love things that go in code that do not look like code. And that is exactly what decorators are.
Ultimate says CHEER 100 Poetry Tutorial Lesson 1. He here once was a man from Nantucket whose dot checks note so. Poetry for Python. I have no idea then dot. End of line.
And thank you for the 100 bits. Possible some of the tutorials are created to help the AI bot. Well, I don't know about this one. I'm not familiar with this. Flask is too old for that, though. Flask's tutorial, just good old-fashioned sucks. That's all there is to that. Basically an environment manager. Well, isn't that what VMs are for? Symfony annotation things where comments get interpreted. I can understand PyDoc. If you want to add some actual metadata to your documentation for a post processor, that I'm okay with. This, no. This is awful. Digital Ice Age, by the way, I decided I'm still against Facebook Marketplace. I tried this morning. And there were a couple of things. One, I think the thing that actually was the nail in the coffin last time wasn't that I couldn't save searches, is that I can't do Boolean searches. Because I don't want to have a search for Atari computer, a search for Commodore computer, for K-Pro computer. On Craigslist, I have them all OR'd, all the brands, and then computer. And I can just have them all there. And the problem is, on Facebook, if you put them all in there, then it's just like, blah, here's everything. And I want to have it be a specific computer so it can be filtered. Because if I just try to do, like, vintage computer, it's going to show me all kinds of garbage that is useless. And I like not searching for anything in particular. It shows me what I think I want. Yeah, that's the other problem. Is that I can put
100. The problem on Facebook is it's Facebook. End of line.
Yes, exactly. Sorry you're missing out. I know I am. I know. Trust me. I know. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. But when I search Atari computer and then it shows me a Commodore computer because it thinks, oh, if you like Atari, you like Commodore. I don't want the algorithm thing, because if I'm searching for Atari computer, I've probably already searched for Commodore computer. So it's wasting my time showing me the Commodore one. So again, it just doesn't work. I don't want it. If eBay ever starts that kind of nonsense, then the channel is just going to be stuck with what I've got. How else are you going to find F-15 ejection seats? Yeah, exactly. Trinitari on Facebook Marketplace. So that is a thing. Misspelled listings. Those can be really good on eBay if they're bids because no one else will find them. Missing out so much serious gems. I know. I genuinely know. It's just I can't be bothered. I hate Facebook that much. Just show me the things with the strings I put in, please. Yeah, exactly. But being literal and deliberate and basic like that is exactly why I don't like routes. Well, that's probably bad seller listing, Schmide. It's almost certainly not eBay. You can really well refine your eBay searches. I will bribe you to keep using FPM. Oh my gosh. It's not keep using. I didn't do anything with it. I searched a couple of times when it's showing me the exact same 5 things over and over again and then was done. Have some pianos on a Dell laptop? Yeah, here's 3 pages and drums. I don't know. I don't feel the need to switch to Fast API if it's just the exact same syntax as Flask. No, not tutorial. I was going to go for the versus Flask. Who learned to mentally filter it out? I don't want to, though. See, I think Dziak is linking me F-15 fighter jets. Yeah. You can save that seller. Usually have reliable set of parts. That's not been my experience so far. I have bought things through Facebook Marketplace when someone else finds them and sends them to me. But, yeah, there's not been any repeat business. Maybe once, actually. I forget what 2 things it was, but there has been one seller I bought stuff from twice. Like that plasma behind me. I mean, yes, but you are actually not the biggest contributor. But yeah. Again, though, the person I bought that plasma from, I'm never going to buy another thing from them again. That's just not going to happen. All right, Flask is either Fast API. I have a feeling.
GER 100. So Shapley's filter for Facebook Marketplace is Dziak.
I'm fine with that. Thank you for the 100 bits, Chloe. I have a feeling this person just already knows Flask if they think it's easier. You have a brand preference? I have owned one, so I don't think I can say that, no. Here's the thing. I wanted a 3D plasma. That's a 3D plasma. All the boxes are ticked. That's all I wanted. It happens to also be a very late model plasma from 2013, so it's actually a really nice one. I've been looking for plasmas at Goodwills for years, and I was really tempted to get one of the early garbage ones where the screen is almost white because the contrast is so terrible, and that's just how they were, but that was better. I do wish it was the smaller model, though, because it's heavy. It's heavy. Why plasma? Do you have a plasma? Do you think it'll be easier to obtain a plasma 10 years from now? Plasmas are cool. There are different experiences about watching stuff on that than you get from an LCD or an OLED. Not different in quite the same way as, say, a CRT, but they are different. Despite him for having stairs, yeah. Same reason why I have 6 different CRTs. How's the burn-in? It's flawless. Craigslist's been utterly and completely decimated. It has been a very long time since I think I bought anything through Craigslist. Yeah. 3D sucks on small screens. No, no, I'm very happy with the 3D on the PlayStation 3D display. You just have to sit an appropriate distance from it. Oh my gosh, fuzzballs, the heat. I do, okay, this is a thing I regret. This is a legit regret. Plasma thermostat. I could have maybe planned that slightly better. Three plasma, shutter or polar? Shutter. The glasses have to be charged. At least you'll never overheat. Yeah. Think a dude's awake before. I suspect he would be awake right now. Yes, most likely. Let me double check that there wasn't a day of week limitation. Okay, blah blah. Anytime during day on just about any day. Okay, you should be good if you wanted to, like right now. What do I think of Polar? I've never experienced consumer grade polarized 3D. So I would be interested, but I don't have any experience. 86 computers, dozen more peripherals for FBM. Yeah. Never been able to find, some I have never been able to find on eBay for any amount of money. Ah. My grandma having halogen reading light next to her thermostat complaining, oh, it's so cold. Why you need the additional AC when the thing is turned on? It's like poor man's automation. I mean, there is some truth to that. All right. We haven't written any real code today, but so far I feel like it's been actually productive. Anyone who's familiar with Python Flask stuff can just shortcut me knowing this. Does the name of the module here, is that what gets it defined as the address path element? So we can do this and then auth, and then, well, I guess it's not that. So login auth. So is there an auth login in here, or is it just login? Yeah, it's just login. So is it the name of the module? I mean, I guess I can try and rename it and find out. Let's test that. So auth farts. All right, and then in this, we import farts and that. Okay. No module named that in line 10 for blog.py. Okay. So import from login required. Okay. And now login, no. So where is that getting set? When some automated phone screening? Okay. Yeah, I don't know if calling first is the play, and it seems like we have scheduling issues, so I don't know. Oh, you called back on your way? Awesome. Score. Okay. Remember, it's already free. You don't DZAC them. He's not going to pay you to take it. All right, let's look at this. Maybe it's this. Oh. Bit URL prefix. Okay. You know, I wonder if it's going to do the thing where it like actually properly updates. Oh, it did. Crazy. I've never had that work for any of my stuff. Okay. So that's how we can change that. Okay. So the blueprint has the URL prefix. All right. Okay. Well, I mean, would you expect me to like read this stuff? That's not what we do here. That's not what streamers do. We just, you know, guess and then accept that as established truth. And then when we're wrong, we make an apology video. All right. I'll be right back. This is like a completely aside thing, but I want to get set up a charger for this phone. That's my old Note 9. I'm using it as the secondary camera, or tertiary, since the secondary camera is actually the one on the arm. So let's see, USB power supply. I just keep forgetting to do this. Why do I have a Nintendo Switch power supply here? I don't know, but that's what I'm going to use because that like makes too much sense. Okay, I think all my C cables are out here. Perfect. That's a long wiggly one. That would be better than the other option. Oh, that's a nice long wiggly one. Okay, so plug this in. Boop, there. And this here. And then phone goes beep. Beep. Beep, successful. Okay. Pre-recorded a ton of apology video clips. You can just play one each time you make a mistake. That would be great, actually. They got to be about really stupid things, though. Like, I'm sorry that one time I picked my nose on camera. It was a mistake. You know, like really dumb things. The apology video bit must be where I'm going wrong. No, see, genuinely, okay, if you want to have success on Twitch, you can't work on just Twitch. It has to be YouTube. Long story short, it is impossible to grow on Twitch. You have to grow elsewhere and then bring that attention to Twitch. That's why you'll notice this Twitch channel, mine, has actually only shrunk in viewership because there's just not that much interest for this kind of thing on Twitch. So, if apology redeems, does that count? Gosh. Living for a good old days exclamation on camera. All right. Why not always good as keep a Switch charger around? I mean, I don't do that here. Although I say that, I do have a Steam Deck probably within like 10 feet of me because I thought, oh, I'll play games on it before stream and then that'll be a nice way to unwind, and then I end up working instead. Ugh, crazy. It's almost like I like this job or something. All right. See, I don't even know how click-through on Twitch works. People just see the name in the left sidebar and go off brand recognition. Yeah, I think that last part might be it. I don't think, excuse me, I think the closest thing you're going to get is people looking at categories. That would be it, which then I think automatically sorts by most views. So, yeah. The left category is like really stupid. I point to my left, it's on my right for you looking at me. Yeah, I hate this whole thing over there. I hate all of it on Twitch, every single part of it. So, shows you channels you don't want, shows you channels that you don't even want to be associated with, and then when there are channels that you watch all the time, let's say, those won't be the ones that it will show there. I'm fairly convinced that the ordering for channels in the following section on Twitch are based on like sub count or average viewership, not based on how much you actually watch them. So it's very frustrating. Okay, I think we're getting close to understanding somewhat how this works. Wait, login required. Now I'm confused again. Login required. I also don't understand functions that end with a comment, but that's a different problem. Maybe that just means whatever the next thing is none. List TT, live, then Ben, then Majenko, so I don't think it's on viewership subs. That's weird because I can tell you, let me, here. I will look on my public Twitch page. I'm not going to read them out. Not like I have anything to hide. It's just, it's not relevant content. There is a one gameplay streamer that I follow, then Ross Scott, who is almost never live on Twitch, then another video game channel, then Majenko, which, no offense, Majenko, I don't think I've ever been able to watch one of your streams because you almost always go live right after I end stream. And then the time that you normally go live, I'm like eating dinner or something. Then another game streamer, and then that's it. None of those are my most watched channel, though, by far. And then if I go to following, okay, and I go to channels, the most watched channel for me is the third last, with other channels that I don't watch at all, or that people haven't even streamed in like a year, are even there. They're above. Like, it's ridiculous. You know what? I have not thought to follow Tube Time, actually. I should do that. So by date of follows, no. By follow age, I don't think it's that. Unless, actually, you know, it'd be really funny. Hold on. What if? No, it can't. I don't think it's by follow age. I'm pretty sure it's not. Unless it's like reverse follow age. Maybe reverse follow age, where the newest is up top. Is that what it is? So like I should unfollow and then refollow? Yeah, I can see it being reverse follow age, but that would be it. That resets the follow date, yeah. But if it's newest follows are shown, follow you and find out, you know what? Sure. I can't click that way. We'll use that as a test. Why can't I just follow you directly from the, like, chat dashboard? That doesn't make any sense. How often is that actually going to work out? Okay, so you are now number one underneath live ones. At least I think. Yeah, it hasn't actually loaded the metadata in yet, but yes, you are there. Okay, so I'll leave that for a while and I'll see. Because if that's the case, they're going to be unfollowing and refollowing everyone just to reorder that. Because it's so stupid. All right. These golf carts? Oh, so yeah. I know where you are. It's what people would call all of Phoenix, but we know what part of Phoenix it actually is. I won't leak it for the other people who live in Phoenix. You don't want me as number one runs away crying? I didn't say that. Maybe I do. No, I don't. I'm sorry. Anyway, what was I going to do? Oh, login required. Okay, how does this work? So there's a decorator that's a function thing. Login required, login required. Okay. So is there like a function that's called login required? And then, okay, login required view decorator that redirects anonymous users to the login page. Okay, so def wraps. So we can define our own decorators? Are you number 6? No, I think you were like number 3 because you were a fairly recent follow. I only followed you because people were trying to get me to raid you after, and then it was impossible to find your channel. So I'd followed you then. Okay, let's look at the async IO stuff for this. Async, using async and wait. Okay. Async, def, routes, error handlers, before requests, blah, 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 can all be coroutine functions if Flask is installed with the async extra. This allows views to be defined with, you know what? I don't think I care about that. I think that we just put it in a process and time will be Ben's turn to be rated by me. I never stream, why not follow me? Well, actually, that would benefit the test for it to be a streamer who does go live. So, I think you guys may have cracked it. I think it's going to be follow age. Which is super annoying. Okay, I don't think I care about doing custom decorators. I do care about doing blueprints, though. So that'll allow us to put something like the data API into a separate file so that we can pull data out of that. Maybe it's time we start doing some software that's like real, not just theoretical. Sleep async. You know what? Let's look at this real quick. Okay, async IO, subprocess, nap, count, nap over. Okay, async IO gather. I didn't pay attention. Does that run them and then when they end, it continues? So these would run sequentially, I think, yeah. Yeah, actually, I don't think I care about this file. Did I add it to the commits? No. Okay, I'm just going to delete it. You know what I should have done? I should have just renamed it. Anyway, okay, let's do this. Web DB. Pi. Okay. Here we go. Oh, they're not doing the fancy pants thing. I don't have anything open that does it either. User in env Python 3. Look at that flicker. Man, isn't KDE just fantastic? Don't you love it? Man, I sure love it when that happens. Yep, it's so great. It's so awesome. Deactivate itself out for me lunch. Oh, that's nice at least. Yeah, no, WQ scatter all over my code. Yeah, I can understand that. Package secured, excellent. Thank you. All right. Okay, so we want to import a bunch of Flask nonsense. From Flask, import all of that. Ugh. From Flask, import Flask. Okay, that's actually kind of interesting. So the main starting one doesn't actually import all that much. Huh. So let's look at this. So examples, tutorial, Flasker. So it has the static folder. I think I've come to learn that the folder called static can only be a folder called static. That's actually hard-coded as part of Flask. Because I've thought before, like, oh, you can change the folder path for the static thing, and then I can make it something else. No, I think that's actually hard-coded in Flask. You cannot change it. And it is relative to the execution, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. Let's kill that. Okay. All right, we're going to make a... Gonna be a lot of annoying setup for this, just to test. Let me grab code from this to kickstart this. Okay, web interface. We're going to import all the Flask nonsense.
CART 1443S. Subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 42 months, currently on a 42-month streak. And says end of line. End of line.
Cart 1443, thank you for the Prime sub there and for 42 months. I appreciate that. Yeah, you can enable a Vim mode in Kate as well. I don't know. I just prefer to either be using Vim or to be using this. And I usually, I don't know. I find myself preferring GUI for copy paste. The yank pasting is really annoying. Stack folder assets. You would think that gpin, but I swear, I think it's this or static folder, this, it like, or do I have that different? Hold on. HTTP, oh, maybe I can change it. All right, never mind, I'm insane. Easiac. All right. Web, Flask, DB, demo. I don't know. All right, so we got all the Flask nonsense there. I'm going to go ahead and put this up here. Oh, I think I don't know what I was trying to do. All right. I will attempt to use decorators with the class structure and see if that works. It does, DZAC. Zero, whatever, just make it simple to start. Port 50,000. Oh, yeah. Okay. No serial, no split. Equal, none. Equal, none. All right, I'm going to try the class-based, or does class-based even work? Maybe I don't want this. Maybe it needs to be procedural instead of object-oriented. Ugh. It's 5,000, not 50,000. I was joking because I accidentally typed 50,000, which I think is technically valid, but is very weird. I'm going to try this. Web. Create new folder. Web. Not a folder. Create new. Just touch. Web.py. Let's just do it that way. This is how I should really be doing this. Okay. Then this, we will import web, import web from web, I think. Probably. Then we will not object orient it because we're going to let it do its own thing.
55 RAers from T2SDE have joined. End of line.
T2SDE and Raiders, hello and welcome. We are currently kind of planning an architectural change for how my CD ripping software works because I've determined that it is untenable to maintain it in its current structure. So I am trying to rewrite it to match a structure more like this, where we have our entry point class up here, execution script, and then we will branch off and launch a completely isolated web front end using Flask that will import and display data from an SQL database that will then be read by a drive controller that will manage things like a CD ripping robot that I have right over here. And then we'll pass off drive operations for ripping to other processes. The idea is everything.
CHER 100.untenable. Also unable. Probably unsixteenable too. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. But the idea is everything in a circle has its own async IO event loop, and will be a process that gets run so that I can run things multi-process and have data exchanged between them through the SQL database so that it's easier to manage things, because right now I'm just throwing dictionaries around everything and it's driving me insane. So I'm trying to come up with a demonstration structure of software that can be used as a building block for the rest of the rewrite for how the main structure of my ripping software works. So hello and welcome to me being frustrated by all of the Python web nonsense out there. All right, so we create app. I think we determined we create app and then just do this, then that's fine. So we're gonna go ahead and create the web interface as if it were just a normal Python Flask doodad, and then we'll see what that's like. So web rather than this. Let's try, well, that, and then I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to put this in WebDB here. Start web, and then we'll do Import web. This would be web.create underscore, what was it called? App. Create app. Create app. App equals. And then we'll just stick this here. And then instead of, yeah, app run. Okay, that should work. And then maybe that does whatever, I don't know. So something along those lines. Okay. All right, so let's see. How could I do... Ugh. There's a lot of structure to set up before it can even be tested. All right, we want SQL stuff. So I'm going to look at my last SQL project code because that is software written in a way that my brain will go, yes, of course. So that makes the most sense to use as a teaching aid. Apparently, I updated that last a long time ago. Why do I have a fork of this? Oh, I know why, because I fixed a typo. We want SQL stuff, another ominous. That's just, yeah. Oh no, my main branch isn't protected. Ah, scary. No. All right. NTF game. Okay, so we import SQLite 3. All right. Ooh, how do we... I guess actually we want to import that into the web interface, don't we? Or... Protected from what? Copilot? Yeah, exactly. All right, init. Let's make a function db check. Def db check. And then let's have a bunch of stuff here. Oh, yeah, that's not a bad thing to have. Okay. Boom. Okay. So it won't be that, of course. I'm almost tempted to put it into temp. You know what? / temp. You know what? For right now, just testing. Let's go with, I don't know, db.db. Why not? All right. Let's just make one table for right now. We're not going to, I don't know if we'll insert anything yet, but. No problem, MB. All right, so if there is no table, then we will create, let's just go with timestamps. Timestamps. Okay, so I have primary key that automatically ascends because I don't care, and then we're gonna have, why is that so wonky? Let's just add timestamp, whatever. Default current timestamp, okay. And we'll add a varchar text. Varchar. Sure, that's valid for SQLite, right? SQLite varchar. Our fundamental building, blah, blah, text, data type. Pretty sure text is like huge, right? And varchar is Like slightly less huge, different lengths, also unusable data types. We provide a maximum length for the text. Okay, yeah. Varchar, let's just go with 100, whatever. Okay. Let's do the main thing. And we'll just run DB check for right now. Choose text in general. Ah, so boring. Fine. You don't like to live on the edge of having too much data? Do you mean from blah import? Maybe. Key operation. What? You can't just automatically determine what the keys are. So boring. Timestamps, blah. Text. Look, comma, string. Okay, and boom, now it works. Okay, so we can open with, bless, I don't have that installed. What was it, like WX something, hex viewer. I'm fine, mhex, whatever. And, holy moly, it's a big file. Blah, 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 blah. Wait, where's my data? Well, that's weird. Huh, I don't know. All right. It says SQLite data types and mirror recommendations. Okay. I'm gonna want what is the database thing? Does Flask like manage access to a database? Wait. Okay. Waiting. You're not planning to use the software for evil, are you? What kind of evil? Oh, there's something about database. Database. Define and access the database. Okay. No, doesn't SQLite license agreement specifically prohibit the use of software for evil? I mean, who defines what evil is? Yeah. Pip reinstall -- break system packages evil. Darn, there's no evil, sorry. No such option, break system packages? Wait, is this the one that's an instance? But I just did break system packages. I have no idea what that is. Which... what is... Wait. What's the Python modules? What's the place? Oh, hold on. Python 1. Let's just go this way. That's it. Okay, but now, evil. What is this? Utility library evaluating single expressions composed of patterns and operators. What? I mean, somebody had to get it. I approve. We're going to purge it just because I don't know what it is. Oh, no. Exorcise. Uninstalls too. There, we blessed the system. We've purged all evil from it, so we're safe for SQLite now. You can tell I expect us to get a lot of work done today, huh? Okay, so we're gonna go back to the demo that I want to do is having a client sit on a web page causes it to fetch request in JSON, ping an API endpoint, which will just add a line to a database. And then in that fetch, it's also going to ask for the database contents back, and it's just going to print that to the display. But I'm going to have multiple tabs open, just demonstrating how that works. And then I think we'll also make something else that simulates the controller code that just like reads from the database every now and then automatically using async IO. So that'll be a different thing. Maybe that gets printed to the terminal. Maybe it'll just print how many entries there are in the database. Something along those lines. But I'm curious about this. I would like to know how Flask does database stuff. Because if Flask manages a connection to a database across all of its weird nonsense pages, that might be kind of beneficial. Because like here, get DB, okay, that sounds kind of important. Where is it running get DB? Is that, it's not in that. So where does it get DB? So I have a feeling I should look this up in the Flask documentation that there is probably a built-in. So get DB, blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's part of blueprints. Okay. Import get DB. Okay. Misremembering SQLite is fully public domain, no license required. It was JSON's license, as the software must be licensed for good, not evil. Oh, you see what people do with JSON? Well, I mean, if it has overly puritanical moral implications like that, it explains why they're so strict about how many extra commas you have in there. Jeez, no wonder. What's YAML's deal? Are they like, do some evil, we don't care? Is that why people are starting to switch to that? Maybe I should learn YAML. Now I'm nosy. Python load YAML. YAML is disgusting. Don't worry, I'm not actually gonna switch to it. I'm just curious. Import YAML as stream. Oh, that sounds awful. YAML safe load. That's not as fun. It's not too dissimilar. What's wrong with good old ini files? Well, when there's an ini module for Python, you know, let me know. Also, when ini files can represent more complex data types than just key pair. We'll fall down the automation rabbit hole. Not sure. This was designed by Perl weirdos in the 90s. Config parser. Oh, you know what? That actually sounds familiar. But it can't hold more complex data types, right? Why do I keep seeing things that look like lists? Oh, a lot of modern stuff does, DZAC, for some reason. I don't know. It's like they just forgot Java or JSON exists. And then decided, we'll reinvent this. Yay. Or maybe they think it can hold anything you want to represent it as text. If I'm putting JSON in a config file so that I can have a list, then no. It must be natively represented. Anyway, I would like to know more about this getDB thing, because I think I want this. GetDB, blah, 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 blah. Give me some documentation actually covers getDB. Why would you not? Flasker.db. Oh, wait a minute. Is there... Oh, they have a DBB thing. Okay, hold on. Connection to the application's configured database. Connection is unique for each request. We reuse is called again. Okay, current app config database. So current app config from Flask import current app. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so when you run a Flask app, can you just import current app at any time and then it just magically contains whatever was last executed as app run? Ugh. But a lot of web stuff has nonsense like that. Like you can import request from URL lib or whatever, and then it's got the, or maybe it's just Flask again, actually, now that I think about it. And it has the response data. Flask abuses this for globals, essentially, doesn't it? YAML to be more human readable. Yeah, I can understand that. At click command. Weird. initdb, which is, oh, there's a schema.sql open. Oh, that's kind of nice. I should learn how to do that. And by learn, I mean, I guess just look at that. Excuse me. Okay, so they just import DB everywhere they want to access it. That's a kind of lame thing I was hoping to get away from, but whatever. So then anywhere they want database access, so get DB, they just call directly from DB. They call get DB, and then they run raw SQL on it. Where's my job? This. More specifically is my YouTube channel, though. But this is essentially the behind the scenes for the YouTube channel. See how the sausage is made. And then in this case, how the sausage is just sitting there going bad on the counter as people debate how the sausage should be made. Also, does it bother anyone else when there's just raw SQL like sprinkled around in the program? Like, I really, really don't like just random SQL statements in other parts of the code. I want SQL commands isolated into one area. Ideally, stored procedures in the database, but, you know, that's not possible with SQLite. I said I wasn't going to complain about it again, but I can't help myself. I just don't like raw SQL queries. Blech. Look at SQL alchemy. I'm curious. Is that a Python thing? Database toolkit. Let's see. Yeah, Python SQL relationship manager gives application developers full power and flexibility SQL. This is the most nothing burger statement I have ever read in my entire life. Hold on, enterprise persistence. Oh man, this is just getting worse. Designed for efficient and high performing database. PPJ, this is not a slight against you. It's just, this is, oh my gosh. I suspect I know what this is going to do. AI word sound, yeah. Is this going to represent an SQL database as a Python object? Is that what this is going to do? That does sound kind of awesome. I don't think I want to do that, but I kind of like it. If I was less comfortable with SQL, I would consider doing that. Okay, yeah, that's pretty sweet. I don't want to do it, but I like it. I like that for a different project. I wish I knew about this for the NTF game. I would have tried that. Look at ORM. This. Okay, from blah, 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 blah. Okay. Mapped thingamajigs. Okay, just give me the fun demo thing. Okay. Come on. Do the thing. I suspect I would really like this. Wait. That's less the direction I was thinking it was going. Select user. So this is kind of turning the SQL string into functions, though. That's not exactly what I was thinking. That's almost worse, actually. I don't know. I was thinking it was going to be, well, different. I'm still interested at some point, but not right now. I don't want to add that complexity on top. Anyway, my DB class is going to have all the SQLs in it. Personally, I've cloned my own framework, Laravel's models, concept. Don't know how that translates to other systems. Well, since I have no idea what that is, then I'm not going to be able to help you either. But long story short, you're not going to catch me putting random SQL queries outside of the database object. Also, was I using execute or was I using something else? Okay, I was using execute with the values thing. Okay, that is similar to what they were doing, but not quite the same. Do you just not need the values part? Oh, there's this inline, whereas mine was not. Okay, that's the difference. Okay. Yeah, I do prefer this syntax. This is more stored procedure syntax. Apps database, and the framework deals with all the load saves. Well, there's a class. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking SQL Academy was going to be, actually. So, like, you have an array. In this case, it would be an array of dictionary objects that represent the media samples, and if I appended to that, it would do an insert in the back end. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Which I would be okay with, but I don't know that I want to learn a new thing right now. SQL Academy does that? Okay. So, Again, I do want to learn that at some point. I think I don't want to learn it for this. I think I would just rather be raw SQL, because the SQL is going to be a very light sprinkling on this, and I would rather not complicate it by introducing more Python-y type stuff when concurrency issues and object inheritance are my whole problem. I don't mean for one stream, I mean for this project. I don't want more Python where I'm trying to do less Python as my solution for a problem. Maybe it would be fine, maybe it wouldn't. Maybe I would run into weird issues that would take me like a week to figure out. I don't know. I don't want to find out. Oh yeah, if you guys are back-end information, so far this whole weekend we have not used Sponge Wi-Fi once. So I connected my LTE modem directly to my router here, and then I'm actually just doing everything over that. Since I have more data, I decided I can splurge and use some of it for the regular office tasks. So I'm seeing how long I can go like that without doing anything else. Because it's made life a whole lot easier. You've noticed web pages actually like load and stuff. Whoa, crazy. I was going to try and dual stream from here, but I realized that would be too much. So that doesn't make as much sense. But also just random dice roll, internet's been better at home, so I don't think it's been dropping. At least I haven't had to restart it over there, so meh. Web pages load? I know, right? Crazy. It really helps when you're not trying to, like, suck them down through the straw of a random, like, proxy server. Must be a new thing. I don't like it. Yeah. You know, it just occurred to me. Are they putting paths in this? From .db. That's weird. TCX is basically what I've been doing. All right, I want to take a moment. I want to like talk about a thing that I found out recently, only because apparently GNOME people are trying to remove it, and I thought it was kind of weird. So apparently middle click pasting on Linux is way more advanced than I realized. So just for kicks here, look at this. So I'm going to go into, let's say console. All right. So we have the name of my system right here. Now, I would like you to notice my other hand is right here. I'm not doing anything. My hand is still on the mouse. I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to click into this window, and I'm going to middle click. Now, it just put the name of the system in here. Apparently, in modern Linux distributions and vintage ones too, this is apparently very old, selecting text is essentially a secondary clipboard, and middle clicking pastes it. This is not how I thought this worked, because generally, if you were going to copy paste something, you will Control A, copy, and then you'll paste again, which will put it in there. But if you Control A and middle click, it also works because you selected it. Two separate types of copying and pasting, yes. Middle click, paste the last selection. Yeah, so there is like an ephemeral clipboard that is always the last selection. They're functionally the same if you don't have a clipboard history going on. So there's two separate clipboards. One is selection, which is bound to middle click, and the other is actual clipboard, which is copy paste. I didn't know it was that powerful. And it's fully whatever you select. So if we open console, We ls, all right? We select the name of something here. We can close this, go into something else. Well, this will actually be an interesting test because it just automatically selected that. Yeah. Oh, that's even weirder. Why did it bring that back? Is that because I actually copied that? Ooh, so what if I go here, paste? Well, that's strange. I selected something. ls, select, middle click paste, okay. But then select, close, paste. It went back to the actual clipboard. Oh, I love middle click scroll, but I don't think that they're, I don't think that these are, oh my God, my brain is slipping, anti-complementary features. I think they can exist together. There's no problem. I'm never middle click scrolling in a text field. So it's not a problem. Firefox gets middle click was confused. A lot of terminals break it now too. What if what you had is selected is no longer there, defaults loading what is in the main clipboard. So the window has to still exist? Interesting. So if I go over to this, select execute, go back over to this, middle click, okay. But then I'm just going to select cute, and then I'm going to close this, discard, and then I'm going to go to here, and I'm going to middle click. Well, now I still have cute though. Is it because that application is still open? So let's go here, Ubuntu, and then here, middle click, okay. Then I will go here, ls, desktop, or esktop, but then close it, paste, and then goes back to regular clipboard. That's complicated. I don't know. I want to like it. Did Kate put it in your clipboard? I'm not sure what you mean. Are you saying I'm not reselecting anything in Kate, and it happened over here as well. So my clipboard contents are currently the bad device name there. So I think if I do this, I clear that, Flask, come over here, middle click, that'll work. But then I feel like if I select something here, Blueprint, close Kate, discard whatever changes, come and then go, let's say, to here, paste, now it's back to that. Yeah, so maybe it's more like it stores a pointer to the last selected thing, and if that selected thing gets erased, then it goes away. And it reverts back to the regular clipboard. That's weird. I don't know. I really want to like it. I kind of like the side channel clipboard thing. It's not bad. Git add web star git commit add some stuff. Git push. Does it work on files? Interesting question. Let's find out. No. At least not in Dolphin. Let's see. If I clear this, click that, middle click, no. You know, that's confusing if it didn't pull from a regular clipboard. If the selection board. Yeah, I would rather it paste nothing in that case. Good quality commit message there. Hey, that one's not supposed to be for anyone else but me. I'm just putting it there so you guys can point fingers at it and laugh later. Not bad. So no, must destroy. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. All right. As you can tell, I'm kind of winding down the stream here because we are out of time. I do have something to show off though. So I'm just going to bring up my phone And I'm going to go to, is it this? No. What is it? 246. 1.246 colon 5. Boom. There we go. All right. Let's go over to the workbench. Boom. Oh man, it's so nice having the phone control stuff. All right. So I changed something. And I can now control the server from the video routing control app as well. And I can do this. I actually can't see it anywhere, but I know it just started the outro. I'm gonna bring it up here. But yeah, that's pretty nice. I can also start the printer now too from it, so that'll be a lot easier to manage. So yeah, anyway, we will continue this tomorrow exactly where we're leaving off right now. I have 0 free time this evening, so unfortunately I won't be able to. Don't scare me like that. What do you mean scare you? Or just get OBS up and running? Sorry, it's just we gotta end it. Yeah, so that is going to be it for now. Like I said, we will continue tomorrow from exactly where we're leaving off. I may not even have a chance to turn on a computer this afternoon. I don't know. But yeah, so makes little clicks. It was actually GNOME devs, which originally wanted to bring it over for Wayland XLF. Wow, that's hilarious. And now they want it gone. Anyway, yeah, so that's it for now. If you guys enjoyed this stream, we'll be doing basically the exact same thing tomorrow in 20 hours from now. So if you did, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. Oh, hey, wait, yeah, I gotta release a YouTube video. No one's gonna like this one, so if you guys want to be like super cool bros, you could go watch it, and then that would help the algorithm say, I guess, why not? I wouldn't have even made this video if I had literally anything else that I hadn't spent all my time on recently. But this is what I spent my time on. So boom, there is now a video on the main YouTube channel all about the video routing software that is letting me control the server and stuff. So if you want to know more about how that works, you can go watch that. I wish that I had time to script the video, but I didn't, so it's slightly rambly, but oh well, not a lot I can do about it. But anyway, yeah, now that's it. If you enjoyed the stream, you can follow. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon, but for now, that's it, and I will see you next time. And now I'm gonna hit the printer from my phone. Boom, what's up? All right, I'm gonna try and raid Ben while I'm at it here. Let's see. See if I can figure this out. Raid. Search. Okay, follow. You're not live. I don't see you, Ben. I can't raid you, sorry. Printer appeared before you said boob, stupid. Wow, so the, yeah, yep. That's the RTMP delay. All right, well, guys, go check out Ben's channel.